Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl down to Crypto TA. And I just want to start out by saying this. Okay, so I took a long position on Bitcoin yesterday, which I did take some profit from it once we hit that resistance point. Actually the second resistance point that we hit, I took some profit on it there. And I have since de-risked because I know that we have CPI data this morning at 8:30, and I just want to be sitting in capital until things change. Right now, Bitcoin is just it's showing a lot of weakness. Let's just put it that way. It's showing a lot of weakness. Now I do still have my long from lower still open, and I do still have my short position open, which I'll also be looking to close out my short position, just depending on how things go today. But at the moment, here on the chart where you see the CDL at, this was where price action was yesterday before the daily candle ate its own tail. So what it was reading is current day low. That was what the current day low was at the time. And as you can see, it just simply aligns here with this lower wick here from this larger candle here. So we've been struggling to get back above that at the moment. We are still within the 4-hour range, the 4-hour zone of support and resistance at the moment as well. So we're holding that. We're also got to bounce off of the golden pocket. And if we look at the daily time frame, we're simply also just trying to hold the golden pocket from where we got the push to the upside. So you have the 786 up here, and then you had the golden pocket, which we broke through both of them before we saw this big wick candle here on the daily time frame. This is also another reason why I'm de-risking here. You have one top and tail here already, and then we get another top and tail here on the daily time frame as well. We're struggling. Now I know that we're getting closer to the time where Bitcoin typically would see price action start to roll over, or we go into what's called a bear market. I don't want to assume that things are different this time. I have done that. So at this point, I digress. Let's just do what the market does. I mean, let the market do what the market does, and we'll just go along with that. So anything that we do in here, it will be on a scalp basis, not looking for, I don't know, a $10,000 move. Let me just put it like that. I'm not looking for a $10,000 move, but if the market gives it, it gives it. But everything we do at this point, if we look at a trade, please understand that there will only be scalp positions, and that's it. All right, so we're still within this rising formation here, which the lower trend line is the actually, they both have relatively the same. They have the same touches. So we actually have not tapped back into this lower trend line here. We kind of front ran it a little bit over here when we got this push down here into this golden pocket. So is there a chance that we could still see price action push up? Always. There's always a chance that we can still see price action push back up, and make that attempt for that 130. That is still on the table for me. That price may be able to do that, but we have to invalidate this topping tail over here. Now we also have to invalidate this topping tail here as well. And until we do that, this looks like we will be rolling over. That is what it looks like. It looks like we will be rolling over. Now we haven't completely filled in that CME gap. That's another thing. So if I just take a look here on the 15-minute time frame, and let's just take a look at what CME is looking like. All right, so you can see here we're still bing bonging around the top side of the CME gap. So that first drop that we saw yesterday here, where we I didn't enter here, but if you were watching the stream yesterday, the validation was coming from a momentum break. So you were able to get in at a much better entry than what I took yesterday. I actually had to DCA in and then take profit out. Okay, so This was that first little bounce that we got up into resistance there. And since then, we've just kind of been grappling around with this, the top side of the CME gap. Now, gaps can act as support, which is probably why we're doing this at the moment. It could very well be. All right, let me just stretch this out here. Because this was also another place where we had a little small common gap here. And then where I have this drawn at on CMB for CME, which is 117.250, where I have this drawn at, you can see that there's also a small little common gap in here right before we got the bigger gap up. So I'm kind of watching this too for price action. And then I just went ahead and highlighted a couple of other common gaps in the chart. Common gaps tend to get filled a lot faster, but immediately actually. But for some reason, these little common gaps in here were just left behind. So I just want to keep my eyes on those as well. This is what's going on with CME at the moment. Just kind of being bogging around here where we have the gap at. Not feeling it. So I know that a lot of people are going to wake up this morning looking for that CME gap to be filled and possibly off of the back of the CPI data. All right, take this back over here to BIDI, and we're going to go ahead and look at Ethereum price action. And give me just a minute to get this set in. I had to restart some things, and I missed this one. All right, so this is the Ethereum chart on the daily time frame here, and you can see that we're still respecting the top side of resistance here. And these three here that are colored in green, these are all daily time frame resistance levels here. So these are all daily time frame resistance, support and resistance levels in here, and you can see that Ethereum at the moment continues to respect this high here of this range. And let me just click on it so I can tell you what that is. That's 4,326. So 4.326 is what we're looking at here, where we've been seeing a little bit of rejection at here for Ethereum price action. That next zone up, if we do manage to push through here, it's going to be 4.707. Starting at 4.601 up to 4.707 here for Ethereum. Now, something that I was looking at here with Ethereum price action is I am thinking that price can come back to the point where we saw the expansion at, which is just simply where we got the breakout from the let's see which one were we looking at on that. Let's see if I can pull it up here anyway. I may not be able to pull it up here from this chart. I'm not able to. So let me put this back to the daily, and it's on this chart here. And you can see we're already a lot clearer. You can see that we're rejecting again from this zone here, from the high of this level here. Now, where your support is coming in is here yesterday, where we took the liquidity from this little pivot here, and we chopped down below it before we got the break back into it and back up, and we took this little bit of liquidity here. So yeah, price came back down, respected this line again. So I do still have it on the chart for that very reason. And this is the expansion here, and what I'm talking about. price could potentially come back down here to this expand zone. And this is just simply a fair value gap over here. Well, over the weekend, we were looking at this and we came back and we got a little tap here off the top side and the bounce. We are building up some pretty good liquidity down here. So you have these equal lows here. You now have this bit of liquidity in here as well. So I'm leaning towards potentially a run on liquidity just across these lows right here. And before I go over there to that monthly chart, let's see if we can connect any dots here off of these lows here. So that's not it. Go with this one instead, just to see. Let me just run through. Let me just jump ahead to see if there was anything there. Okay, I just changed this. That's really not convenient enough for me. I think I did look at this one other time before. I don't really care for it. It has to be something better. That's boring. Not really seeing anything I like in here at all. All right, I don't see anything I like. I find it all boring. All right, anyway, let's take a look here at the monthly time frame here. All right, so from where we got our expansion at here on the monthly time frame. Yeah, so basically just coming back in to back test this high here off of the monthly, off this little pivot here. I think the price could potentially come back into this, which is 41.87, but between 40, 187 and 4,008. So basically back testing the weekly average range, which is where we got the break from. So this is where the majority of participants stepped in here at 4,008. Larger players stepped in here. So I would be looking for price to come back in between there, between those two, the expansion 4187 and the weekly high here at 4,008 for Ethereum. And there's also the situation with see if there's something in here of relevancy. Not really. I don't care about lows at the moment. I don't really see anything that I care for. Not on the horizontal, and I'm sorry, not on yeah, not on those. Not on those diagonals. And just stick with the horizontal lines in here. So we have our next level here. All right. So what I was saying is here. All right. And I was talking about this yesterday as well. Just how the Bollinger is acting as a bit of resistance in here. So we're not actually seeing any sort of an expansion in here, which is hitting the top side of the Bollinger, and that's coinciding with the rejection that we're seeing. You can also say, okay, well, it's this high, the underside here also. So I'll just put a line on that, which basically is just in line with where I have, tell you what, let me turn those dailies off and more off there. Right, which is simply in line with where I have that 4-hour, that daily zone of resistance located at. So you can just simply do that. You can just simply put this trend line on there. Then you can probably also capture in this point here, which I'm just going to go with what I have on my chart. You can also capture that little point in right there. But let's take a move out here towards the 3-month. And again, resistance from the Bollinger Band here as well. Bollinger Bands are intentionally expand and contract. So they can still be treated as support and resistance zones. I do it all the time with the standard deviations in here. But again, resistance in here. And I kept saying yesterday, I just lean more towards this being resistance. Can we break it? Absolutely, we can break it. Come up here and take out the all-time high. I just think that we're going to get a pullback first. Ethereum showing a lot of weakness in here. A lot more shorts are going to be stepping in here. That just is what it's going to be. A lot more shorts just stepping in. I just dropped that one down to this point here. I can see that actually hit perfect there. But I lean towards Ethereum getting a pullback in here first. I just do. This doesn't look like something that we just break up from. It doesn't look like that. Can it surprise us? Absolutely. It just doesn't look like something that we just blast up through. It just doesn't. We didn't blast up through it over here. We didn't blast up through it over here. But any of these three up here, we didn't just blast through it. In fact, it pierced it and rejected. It didn't even get a color change. Like, it didn't manage. This doesn't look like something where we trade on the outside of it. Let me put it like that. If that's another way of me saying it, it doesn't look like something where we just had a squeeze and we're now trading outside of it. Therefore, I regard it as a rejection point for Ethereum. So I see us pulling back. Maybe we consolidate in here for some time, start to build up a squeeze here on the higher time frame. Doesn't have to be the 3-month. It can just simply be the monthly time frame. Let's start to build up a little bit of a squeeze in here, which means that we would theoretically pull back further than just the 41 or the 4,000. You know, we would end up pulling back more than that. I don't think we have those small candles in here chopping around. Looks like we would get a bigger pullback than that, and potentially put in some sort of a squeeze like we did over here, where this squeeze gave price the opportunity to trade on the outside of the Bollinger. This just doesn't look like something where we trade above standard deviation too. It doesn't look like we do that with this here. That's my 2 cents on it. All right, let me zoom back out here. Get the weekly. And this is just a scenario of, you know, us taking the all-time high price here, which on the 3-month, we would see an expansion here from this point. So potentially could see an expansion here at 48.67. But the next weekly level is around 47. Yeah, 47.07. That's the next weekly level here. All right, so I'm gonna move this down. I'll base it on this weekly. And this would, on a weekly basis, be your high to come back and back test here on the weekly. So let's just say, for example, what I'm saying, if we were to get a larger pullback because we're not able to push higher off of those higher time frames, and we're going to start consolidating for a while before we do that, then this would be where I would expect for price to come back to on a weekly basis. Larger, let's see, yeah. And it does coincide with some of the weekly price ranges in here, but this is where we simply got the expansion from off of the weekly time frame here, where the Bollinger decided to squeeze at here. Candle getting a little smaller in here as we're around this resistance in here, but the week is still very young. Can also afford to come back to standard deviation 2, which is where this previous week low was at here. So that low of this candle here is 3,491, and still maintain a bullish stance in here. Anything above 20 SMA from the Bollinger, but I really like to play with it from this 1 and 2 in here. So you could potentially come back into that too in here. I just don't have the feeling that we just blast up through here. But we'll see what CPI data decides to do for the price action today. I mean, outside of that, Ethereum looks freaking good. I mean, there's nothing to be said about Ethereum um, in a negative light. Yep, everything continues to look nice. Okay. All right, I'm going to remove these from my chart. Let me see. I should keep that one. I'm just going to leave this one daily level on the chart for now. Or just leave the daily levels on the chart for now. Until we at least start to break. Let me look back at this Bollinger on this real quick. All right, so we do have, we're still putting in that squeeze here on this 15-minute time frame. I'm not going to trade Ethereum. I'm not going to take any shorts on it. I'm not going to take any longs on it. I'm not going to deploy any capital this morning until we get the CPI data. And then from there, I'll jump into something. But in the meantime, I'm just not going to do it. It's just too risky. Just a little bit too risky. You can see where you could potentially drop down to right now. Squeeze starts to push to the downside. You will be looking at 42.83 to 42.67. And then if it does more than this 42.67, that's when you would start to get an expansion. So just like here, when we come down, you look at your return and then where you would start to expand at. And then once you hit into this expansion here, you can see price tried to come back up, rejected, and then you got that extra push down here to the downside here. So you can look at that here. There's more room for it to move down than it is for it to move up at the moment, just based on history, based on what we have to the right of the chart. There's more room for it to move down than to push up. See what happened with alts yesterday. XRP. Jeez. This happened to XRP yesterday. Let me zoom out. Take those dots off. Okay. So XRP is still selling off a little bit here on the 1 hour time frame. Still showing that there's still selling pressure in here for it. I mean, the return zones for XRP is very simple because it continues to be, slide this out. Okay, so $3.02 if we continue to push down. I mean, this is just naturally where I would love for price to come back to $3.02. This is the weekly high here. Also have the VWAP sitting in here as well. So just a common retracement zone for XRP, along with the lower side here, which is 274. You can see here the last time we came back down here to the 274. That was what we talked about. That is all it did, and then it got the bounce away. So I'd be looking for it to come back in here to back test that. At the moment, we do have these highs in here. So this is something that we can look at in between here to see if price action will stop out in here. And if it doesn't, then I'd just be looking for it to come back down here. Hold VWAP, hold 302, and then get the bounce away for XRP. Give me just a minute. For some reason, yeah. This is supposed to be Ethereum. ETH dominance here. Take that away. VIX and USDT dominance. So Bitcoin dominance did see a slight rejection off of that move that it did yesterday. But it still has a green candle here on the weekly time frame. So I just want to see how that was generally affecting the rest of the market here. Okay. So yes, that's what I would look for on XRP here. See if we can come back in here and respect these highs in here. Just see. Let's take it from there. Actually, I'll leave it like this. And if not, like I said, 302, you have your closest pivot in here. You didn't take liquidity from the high. We're not getting up there right now. Did manage to take liquidity from here and here, but here. Did manage to take that liquidity. And if you're not taking liquidity from your lows, then market makers are trying to push price down lower. Take that out of there. And then this here at that 3.20, that's probably going to move, but there's a momentum line in here, a prior one before the one that we're starting to get now. Okay, so it disappeared then. So if bears cannot manage to push price down any lower than that, then we would want to see price break above this one, and then that's where you have the potential to start an expansion and continue back up here. Still holding on to this little low in here with this candle. But I'm still getting that there's some selling pressure, so just look for that to the downside. Let's take a look at, let's just roll. Let's see, Solana, same situation here on Sol. This gives a bias too, so I needed to put that on. So maybe one smaller little move down here, and then it looks like price would go up. Let me go back and look at XRP. Yep, same thing over here with XRP. XRP doesn't actually read like it would get an additional drop to the downside to take low liquidity based on this. So I would be looking for a price to come back up and expand up and out here. Somewhere back around where we have the previous day high at, potentially taking this liquidity in here just based on this. Just looking at them together. Let's see, Sui. Sui looks like one more drop, and then the price will come back up and break to the upside on this squeeze. And nice little wick there. Sui is just back and, within the top side of this. I think this is weekly level here. I didn't put any numbers on this. That's 368, and this is what we've seen Sui do before as well. So we never made it all the way down to the bottom on this. Sui has already tapped into these highs over here, at least the wick portion of it. Let me redraw this. So any further continuation down, yeah, we'll just be looking at the golden pocket 786 for the bounce here, somewhere between that high and this high over here. It will go back up and expand out. That's for sure. Looks like we got that clean tap there the other day. B&B squeeze is getting a little bit tighter in here. Let me look at the 4. I think this is what I mentioned yesterday, that on a correction down that we wanted to see it hold this momentum line in here. It did break below it and it did close below it, but it reclaimed it, so it didn't move too far away from that 799 from yesterday here for BNB. Change that to white. Any sort of a push down further here, I would be looking at the 785 first, and then if 785, I'll be looking for 772 to 761 here for BNB on a move down. And this is still showing that it can potentially continue to push down. If you do use Bollinger, then I will look for a pushback up above the 20 SMA here. But otherwise, it does look like this would continue to get a little bit more of a push to the downside. I'm not seeing anything over here that shows that the chart looks bad though. Nothing is in here just yet though. So your invalidation would be reclaiming your 21 or your 20 or your 21, whichever one you use, to the upside here. Since it is somewhere around the 50% there, that's what I would be looking for Binance. Why is this on here? Yeah. Yeah, it's holding support really good in here. And let me lighten this up. Come on. So I know that these might be a little harder to see. And lighten this up too. Just put pink on it. So you can see that a lot easier in here. This is just another 4-hour zone here. This one is not working as good, surprisingly, but it's not working as good in my opinion. Yep, I will look down here between that 485 and then here, because you do have some pretty good liquidity in here. the way we got those bottom and tails in here, you have some really good liquidity. Tongue twister for me, for BNB. ADA. And we looked at this yesterday also, and I said, let's just go ahead and measure this out in case it is a double top. We had not actually played out any neckline break or anything like that yet. And see that we did do that. We did break below. We did back test and reject, and we are still within this expansion. And then this was the target. Target is simply back down here to where we have VWAP at. So VWAP currently is at 0.73 here. Also, you have the 786 here as well. You can look here to the golden pocket and see if, you know, the golden pocket holds with these highs over here. But this is the measured move for the double top formation, is to come back here to VWAP and down here where the 786 is located at, to potentially look for a long there for Cardano. And let me change the color on this so it's not confusing. And the first thing we were looking at was actually if price comes down, we wanted it to hold here. So we said we want this to hold here, and it didn't. It actually came back up and used it as resistance instead. And then we got the neckline break and looking for that continued move down here. And see, we did come up here and we hit resistance at this weekly level at 82. And then, of course, for Cardano, you have a descending trend line right here, which may also act as resistance before we can get to the next level, to the top side, which is 92.80. Okay. So if we're playing this out, you know, hopefully it plays out fully and bounces away from there. That would be a good long entry if it happens like that. So be checking in on this later on today. See if we make that move. Respect VWAP and respect that 786 there. For ADA. Okay, so this was old. All right, so we have tapped the golden pocket in here for H bar. We failed this back test of this, you can say double bottom in here. No, I wouldn't say a double bottom. No, we failed this back test in here though. So I'm gonna take that away. I don't think I needed this for anything extra. We failed that. All right, so this is what we need to come back up above. You're not getting any closures above any of these candles in here on this 4-hour time frame. Um, Barely tapped into this golden pocket here. Did not manage to take this liquidity here or tap into the golden pocket. Just a clean rejection off of that weekly level low here at 27. I don't know. I'm leaning towards price coming back down here to back test this weekly again here at 23 cents. Maybe sweeping this liquidity, tapping here, and then getting a push up for H bar. Let's see what that looks like down here. And that's what I'm leaning towards. RSI looks like a continuation down. Nothing about this is suggesting yet that you're going to get a push up or some sort of an expansion. Yeah. This is quite a large zone, so I'm just trying to make it minimize it. So that's what I'm leaning towards. I'm leaning towards the 23. I'm leaning towards this liquidity being taken because we didn't manage to take this liquidity up here. I would prefer to see some liquidity get taken for a push up. So that's what I would be looking at. Looking at this liquidity being taken, maybe just tapping this 23 here, and then price managing to get a bounce up. And everything is going to also depend on what dominance is doing and how much that is affecting the market. Bitcoin's price action. And we're breaking our trend line now here for Biddy. Let me just jump back on Bitcoin real quick, and then I'm gonna take us all the way back over there. To the alts. We're gonna get back to the alts. Because we're starting to break here. We've been waiting on this for a while. We actually did break it from how I had it drawn out before, because I had it sitting on let me do that. I had it sitting on this line here, like so, and then we had this little break here, but we reclaimed back inside of it, so I had to move it for this ascending broadening formation here. And then yesterday we got a tap here, and we got a small little push away, and now it looks like we're starting to break it again. So we'll see what happens in here. I was also looking at the liquidity that was down here at the lows for Bitcoin. That has already been taken. So I mean, it would be based on this liquidity here now, which I mean, there's nothing left in here besides that, and then coming back down here to this 4-hour support and resistance level here, where we also have this liquidity as well. So this would just be the next zone. We've just been walking our way back down. But we are starting to break this formation here. And then of course our daily weekly trend line in here, sitting down here around this 115,794. So this isn't going to be a thing because, yeah, we just started going flat. All right, I'm going to continue on here. Let me see Bitcoin from the other screen. The other thing we were trying to actually, let me just backpedal a little bit here. See off this 1 hour time frame. The other thing we were trying to hold that, and this is liquidity that I was looking at from that daily. I just tagged it over here. As we were trying to hold the bottom side here of the dynamic cloud, so you can see how many times that we actually, we broke it a little bit in there, but we were trying to hold in here. Now we're doing that again. As long as we stay above this white line here, it would be okay. Doesn't mean that price won't continue to push down, but as long as we stay above it and not deviate from it. Let's see, 2 hour. We're just tapping into it. 3 hour, we're far from it at the moment. 4, 6. I'm just walking through here to see if something is leaning more bearish. Just want to see a reclaim back inside of the range here, back above here. But we're still hitting quite a bit of resistance in here for Bitcoin. All right, that was H bar. Let's take a look at hype here. Hype ended up doing really good. And the other day when I did these right here, I just focused on the top side here. I didn't really get into anything down here. And let me see how we did in terms of respecting these. You can see where the weekly is here is at 40.97, but I'm gonna keep it focused on the 4-hour time frame in here. This doesn't look like it's preparing to expand, in my opinion, so we could just see ourselves doing this weekly level in here, and then height maybe gets a bounce back away from it. Let me see down here. Yeah, so it looks like it's starting to end this expansion, to be honest with you. You can see in here where we got the strong squeeze in here. And that's the point where we started to push in off of this high here. And it looks like we could be coming to an end on this expansion somewhere around this weekly here for a height, at least on this time frame. And the RSI looks a little shysty, but if it flips back up, then that's great. Let's see what we have to look at. Well, we did take that liquidity here, so height did do that, a 4-hour. I mean, if this starts to expand, then we just have to look at these highs. I'm just going to do it like that. Actually, I like this better. Only if we start to expand. All right. I really want to take the time to see what this does, but I'm going to keep moving on these coins. This doesn't look bad, so I'm going to keep going. All right, XLM. Yeah, we talked about the possibility of this failing, and it did. Let's stretch this out and make it look like this instead. Alright, after tap into the golden pocket, I'm going to take that away. This is just the fair value gap. I don't actually need that. I'll take that away. So if we do start to break down from here, losing the golden pocket at least is what I'm saying. Not wicks below, but closing below here. Then maybe we just do this in here. And this lines up with the top side of that weekly range as well, which is at 0.4060 here for Stellar. Otherwise, I like that a bit. And if that's not it, then maybe this wasn't an actual back test. This little wick that we hit here, we back tested on this high, and then we come back down here and back test this breakout around this previous week low here. RSI is still relatively close to the 50%. So the midpoint, it could flip back up and save this over here. It doesn't look too shabby. That's all I would look for. Start to lose this trend line in here with closures below it, because you can see you're not closing below it. So you start to lose it with closures below it, then I would look for this in here, just 41 to 40 here. And it's just this wick over here. That's where we had some nice buyers stepped in here. So that liquidity for XLM. And then if we're able to break out to the upside, then I'll be looking for 50 cents here for XLM to the upside. But for now, it looks down. And this is just something I was looking for to spot, but I've been waiting forever on that thing. Okay, so VWAP is just down here, back into the cloud here on the daily time frame. This could be all that Doge does here versus looking at it from here. You got that VWAP there. Let's see what this was in here. All right, so that's 2208. And if we're not able to maintain that, then I would just start to look in here. VWAP is at 20.203. And this doesn't look like it would expand. So I would actually stop looking at it in here. Maybe we do the weekly right there at 1988 for Doge if it starts to lose this here. I'm just going to highlight this zone. Yeah, we can see some continuation over here. So I'm going to look at that. Going to look at that liquidity right there as well. For Doge. Sorry if it's not some sort of evenness that starts to bother me. Currently, you can see Doge needs to get back above that 23. But in the meantime, it looks like it will roll over a little bit more. So I'd just be looking for that. You especially want it to hold your VWAP here on the push down. Tron just doesn't expand. It drops into it, but it doesn't actually expand. So there's nothing really to see here on Tron. If it gets a move down, I just look for it to hold. I don't look for it to push in. So that's 33, somewhere around 33 cents if it comes down. Otherwise, it's not doing anything. Let's see. Yeah, that's about all I'd be looking for on Tron. Yeah, it holds here, doesn't go too far. Um, and then you have this, I'm gonna say 34 cents in here. And if not that, then I would be looking to get long on this thing somewhere in here. If you trade Tron, I don't trade Tron. I don't care for Tron. Tron's next zone is all the way up at 45 cents, aside from this high over here. I don't think this matters, so I'm just going to take that away. Yeah. It's either there or here, or just, you see these two greens over here for Tron. Yeah. RSI looks good on the 4-hour time frame. Um, you can see over here when it was showing that it would get some sort of a squeeze down. That again, that's all it did was just tap into it and then bounce away, and then that was it. That was the end of it. So right now, this would read a round trip. So because there's nothing squeezing in here, it's just staying here in the bullish control zone, even though it has the bear divs on it. I mean, yeah, the bear divs is just staying here in the bullish control zone. And yeah, if it round trips, then it would just come in here. So that would be that space down there. This just round trip into here. T standard deviation. No, this is a 1 in here. It's not a 2. No, 2. Yeah, 2. I mean, otherwise it looks good. Oh, Link. Yep. Let's see. We have this daily. Let me look at the daily time frame. You can see the squeeze here. See how we're doing over here. Have quite a bit of inefficiencies in here, so maybe we just come back down here and do this daily here for Chainlink, and just back test these highs in here. If it's not that for Chainlink, then I would be looking here at this 1815. But that's what I mean. This looks good over here on the daily time frame, so I don't see anything crazy happening over here. Yeah, that was the one time where it showed that it was going to get a squeeze breakdown in here, and that happened, and you got no expansion on that, just a drop into it and then a push out of it. So I wouldn't even look for it to come back into here unless, again, like I said, when it's just flat out like this, maybe you round trip it and come back into it, and then I would just be looking at the top side in here somewhere. I wouldn't look down here, because then you'd be trying to change market structure a little bit here in the daily time frame. That doesn't look like that's likely here with Chainlink. Definitely some sort of a cool off. So that's all I would basically be looking at for Chainlink. What's that? Bear div. That is a bear div. Okay. So we do have a bear div on the daily. Yeah, so that lines up here with what I'm saying about the 18. Yeah, that lines up really good with that. And then this is pretty in sync with what I'm saying, the top side here. So that's all I'd be looking for on it. Even with that bear div, I just be looking at that much for chain link. Let me just scoot this out a little bit more. And this is the worst case scenario. The best case is just back testing these highs in here. That's the worst case. Yeah. Just to the downside. I must have been looking at this from a daily or something. Yeah, I was looking at the potential of price coming back into here and holding these highs and getting a breakaway. So I'm looking at this 125 here for virtual protocol. And I was looking to take that up into here. So you got the rejection. Get this out of here. You got the rejection off the highs in there. I still look for that on virtual. So if we can get it, 125, that's what I'm looking at for virtuals, looking for it to hold there. Maybe break it a little bit and give me confidence that it reclaims back above these highs over here. And then for a push up into here. And then maybe some sort of an expansion could happen. I bought it at 30 cents a couple of months back, targeting 96. Absolutely. It's a pop cat. But that's what I'm looking for here on virtuals. And you say you picked it up at 30. Let me zoom out first. Mm, okay, so you're range bound. I thought maybe I had some levels in here for it. It's a nice little pop back up there for Bitcoin after that little drop. Give me just a moment. Let's see. Don't have much in here. Um, all right, so nope. Trying to see if I could do that. Trying to see what's gonna look better, work better for this. your touches. Yeah, I just leave it on how I had it. All right. Oh, you don't like blow fan? All right. So you want me to check it in, it's in Mexi. You like the Mexi chart better? Does that look better for you? So I can add those ranges back in here. Let's see if it gives me anything different. Okay, it does give more data, that's for sure. All right, so let me just start here. Salute. 61. Okay. Have a lot more stuff in here. Three. And I just like the regular chart. You may like linear better over logarithmic. Yeah, you might like linear better. It just really depends on your preference. I mean, I can't, yeah. I don't think that any one is better than the other one. It's just what you prefer to look at. I just keep it simple. Thank you. I don't really see a lot in here. I'm just gonna pause on your weeklies. You do have one more in case like things that just become absolute garbage. You got one all the way down there at 0.02. All right. So these are your price action ranges. Let me just pull this in so it's not too far out. So as far as I can see on the chart, price has never touched this one right here, but there is a spot in here that if price just absolutely nuked for whatever reason, I'll be looking at that. All right, so you are making higher lows, lower highs in here. So that's a plus with the higher lows. With that, I would not be looking for price to come back below the 2641. Your weekly level in here. And let's look back at your trend line over here. I don't care for that. So I'm going to take that one away. You did have a little something in here off of this point right here, but I didn't add it onto the chart. But there is a little something in here, and I'm pretty sure you have like your daily levels in here that can also be looked at. But since we're just down here in this range, what I would be looking for on Pop Cats, let me see a little bit in here. Just want to confirm that that's actually something that the market is looking to break. Okay, so your EMAs on your weekly, they're bearish. That's one. All right, so your EMAs are bearish. That's one. You are actually already at the point where you cannot go any lower, because if you do, then you're going to start to slip on your RSI. It was literally on support when I just flipped it up. And if you lose that, then yeah, you start to, see that little blue, it barely has it in here, but that little blue right there with this cloud cover in here. So if you start to slip that, then you will come lower. There's no bullish divergence, no bearish divergence either. Just, you got a rise here, which means that you could potentially see some sort of a pushback back in. So your weekly levels will be important. If you got it at, it just don't look good. Let me just put it like that. It just doesn't look good, especially seeing that you're at, like I said, you're literally at the point where the RSI is indicating you can't afford to go lower. And this rise over here indicates that you would push into your Bollinger for some sort of an expansion. If I just put on this regular one here, yeah, you're squeezing over here. This we saw with this one, the squeeze in here. But this looks like you would push in. Maybe you don't start to expand, but this looks like you're gonna push back into here, into these price targets in here. 24 to 11. The best that I would hope for is that if you do come back down, that you can respect the weekly level. So you have that 2641 in here. That is a weekly level where you could look to get support from. And then you also have the 1856 in here. So you can look for support in here as well. Let me just lock this down. But then that's going to take out this low over here and give you bearish structure if you break this low, this on weekly range in here. It looks bearish to me. I mean, you do have the lower highs. You're putting in the higher lows down here, but yeah, you're not able to claim a high just yet. So your only option is to take another low. And hopefully spare this one. I don't know if I got anything off of this one. I can't even pick up a read on that one. Let me look at your 3-day. Top and tail, top and tail, top and tail. Yeah, I'm sorry, my friend, but yeah, it looks very weak. It definitely looks like you would take this low over here. I mean, if the market spares this one, that would be great for you. If it spares that one, you weren't getting any sort of expansion on that. So hopefully the market will spare that one, but everything else looks weak. See your money flow. I don't see the hopium. Yeah, both your delta and your MACD are in the bearish control zone as well. Yeah. So that would be the only thing. Maybe you get a push down. Maybe with that push down and taking that liquidity from this little point here, maybe you can put in some sort of bullish divergence off of that, off of this part getting taken. But otherwise, I don't see anything in here that suggests that. Yeah, I don't see anything positive to be had. Not at the moment. Yeah, that was it. That was the one squeeze that it gave you right in here. You got that push up right there. So that indicated a reversal was coming in with this squeeze to the upside. That happened. And now, yeah, everything just looks a little bearish. But like I said, you could possibly put in some bullish divergence on this drop down here. On this drop down, you could possibly put in some bullish divergence because again, it looks like this might get taken. It might. That's your return. That is your return, and this low would be your expansion. So see if we bounce. This is a little small order block here on the 3-day. Looks like that was already taken. Yeah. Dang. And that's your liquidity, what you have left of it here off of this candle right here. This one here. You have that one. It just don't look good to me. I can zoom out a little bit more. Let's see your daily. Got some hope on your daily. You got some hope on your daily time frame. Yeah. I mean, you got some hope on your daily, but it probably won't happen until maybe you take this liquidity down here because you're not taking high side. You're not taking liquidity from the top side. You're only taking liquidity from the lower side. Actually, you haven't even taken it from the lower, but since you can't go higher, sometimes market makers just need that extra fuel. So they'll come in and they'll take liquidity from the low just to position and push price higher. Since you're not taking it from the top side, that means that they're not trying to push the price lower. So I would just look for that. I look for that liquidity to be taken from the low side and then look for a bounce. All right, let me do a check back in on Ethereum here. Go 15. I thought that made a difference. still doing nothing. Dominance is dropping on Ethereum a little bit. Yeah. I don't know why this keeps popping up. I don't think I looked at this earlier, but daily looks like it's going to give some sort of a cool off in here, just like we did over here. Some sort of a cool off. Since we do have the bear divs in here on Ethereum, it looks like we're getting set up for a cool off over here. We don't have a squeeze in here, but we're definitely getting set up for a cool off. This part looks good for now, minus the bearish divergence, but bearish divs across the board. You don't usually pick them up on this, so to see it on this, yeah. All right, let's move on. Put this on the 4 again. Let's start looking at XLM, Doge, TRX, Link, Virtual, Theta. I look at Theta already. I know yesterday. I don't know if we made it up here to the weekly range or not yesterday when I streamed. But anyway, we got our rejection there. Coming back into VWAP at the moment. Back inside of a weekly level here. Around 82 cents. That's 82.8 there. We start to lose VWAP, then I would come back and look at the 78, which is also in line with where we got the rejection from before off of the weekly level here, and look for that to hold as support here for Theta. It's already expanding. And then this must have been old. So we already had tapped that golden pocket there. Let me draw off of here. So that's basically yep, that's what I would go with. Off the low. I will look for this weekly to hold as support these highs over here. we do start to slip in here and lose VWAP, we start to expand in here a little bit more. That was the back test and rejection there. That was the squeeze confirmation in here with that push down. And bears are just starting to gain full control of this 4-hour time frame, just barely, but they have it. So look for theta back in here. If we slip that VWAP. INJ. Sure, this was old too. We never did tap that golden pocket. We didn't quite make our way up here to this weekly level, which was at 1510. We just kind of scapegoated that a little bit in here. Did not take this liquidity up here because we got zero reaction really off of this one. Well, we did. We did. We got that move there. Got VWAP sitting in here. We had this range in here. Something. We come up, reject, come down, support. Let's see if we can stop the bleeding in here, but it probably doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it. Bears are fully in control of the 4-hour time frame. Let me just look through here. I'm losing the dynamic cloud as well, potentially. I don't see any hidden patterns in here on that. I think that we already looked at that once before. I'm just looking at what a measured move would be. So just basically be coming back down here towards these lows. This 4-hour. Got some really great liquidity down here. Some really great liquidity within these lows down here. So if we do start to slip this channel here, instead of getting a bounce away, I mean, it's lining up with this too. So it could be some decent support in here. I didn't like the RSI at all. Um, you are stalling out down here. Tried to make a move up once before. So you are stalling out. Yeah, we start to lose it. This is the measured move. It doesn't guarantee that this happens, but it is the measured move. And you do have some really good liquidity down here in these lows down here, if that were to take place. If not, we hold and we just look for the bounce back up and potentially a break to the upside of this channel instead, because sometimes they will break to the upside also. Rarely, but they do. They do. Let's see what the EMAs were looking like. All right, you start to slip that 200 EMA here on the 4-hour time frame once price breaks here. So if we do start to get that breakdown in here and we start to slip this 200 EMA, that could confirm that we actually do this measured move and come down and take this liquidity at these lows. So that's something there. Let me look at the daily. So I was looking at this on the daily. I just drew it out differently than how I have it. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah. To put it kindly. That's the macro VWAP in here. We've been chopping it here at the highs. I think that we may have also been seeing rejections from the 200 over here on the, over here. No, we're not quite tapping into 200 here. It's up here. All right. Which chart was it then? Is it the daily? It's not the daily either. Anyway, I'm not sure about that. So just, yeah, that's what I would look for here on Injective, basically. Just that. If we start to slip this channel in here, and I will look for a measured move in liquidity from the lows to be taken. You can also look for VWAP, bounce around 1273, just in case this measured move doesn't play out and we don't break, don't lose the channel. Otherwise, get a break to the upside. OP. I'm still holding my OP long position, and that's this over here. And so far, all right, so we didn't tap that one. That's cool. And these are Just some daily levels in between this weekly range here, where we could see a potential rejection at, but we didn't actually tap into that one. Push us out to a daily. So we just hit the return here on the top side here. Just hit the return. Could see that happen again. Just return back down here to 67. See, we're losing that one, momentum one there. Can look at this one potentially off of this large top and tail here. We can look at that. Yeah, we can look for that on see if we can hold this 72.86 here. But otherwise, we could just see a return back in here for yeah, that's a rejection there. Look like this could potentially line up with where the 20 SMA would be located at. So we'll look for that first here on OP. See if there's I don't know about this. Yeah, I'll do this since the line bias does not show us breaking it. And I'll look for the line bias to continue to hold this trend line here instead. That will work better. And we're not getting a closure above here. So I want to see a closure above here. My typing is terrible. All right, so we've had no closure above this trend line here. It's starting to look like an ascending triangle. You know that? That might be what we have on our hands here for OP. And then I have this one in here. I'm gonna leave this as it is. Yeah. Maybe I'll adjust it a little bit like that. For OP. So that's something that we can look for optimism. It looks like we may have some sort of an ascending triangle as long as we continue to respect this trend line down here, which again, let me just show that again. We have not seen any actual candle closure below this line here, so we can break it. But on the daily closure, we want to see that we respect it. And then no closures above this one here. So again, very ascending. Just to keep this going here. And of course, 125 is the target that I'm looking for. Nothing too crazy at the moment, just 125. So if we can do that, that would be great. They fit.
Yeah.
So it is weird.
They have a bell bottom on. Like a bell bottom looking.
Hilarious. All right, so that's OP. Already done H bar. Near, we've already looked at this. We came back up, got the rejection there off of this this trend line here. And right now we're doing higher lows, but we're not managing to do higher highs. So, we could come back down here. VWAP is sitting here. We also have this momentum line at here. So we start to slip that at $2.48. Then we might take out this liquidity here and could potentially come back into the accumulation zone down here at 207 for near. We'll see how this goes first once we can get back down here into this zone here. Yep, so it looks exactly like what we're heading back to right now. Yep. So like I said, if we start to yeah, and a projection off the 200 EMA here on the daily time frame also. So if we start to lose here where we have the VWAP at and that momentum line sitting at, then I would look for this liquidity to get taken. And then there's also the possibility that we could come back down here to this accumulation zone here at the lows for for near, but I'm still buying this one. Still holding this one. I was up pretty good, so now I'm not. Okay, that's near. And then of course, if we get our breakout, what we're looking at here to the upside here for near, we have to get past this weekly level in here with this resistance in it. So I would say about 378 to the upside here. And then our next one here around these lows at 451. Undo has been struggling to get past this daily range, this daily level. Again, yeah, just continuing to struggle to get past that. Didn't even manage to put in a high. Uh, didn't even manage to get up here to take this liquidity here on the daily time frame so far after we got the little bounce up. This could be the liquidity that gets taken over here for Undo. If we start to slip that VWAP at 91.82, then I would just look for that 82.67. See if we can hold in here as support. There it is. Here. This is dropping. Maybe okay. That's dropping. So if we do, maybe we do push back up into to the daily block here. There's a chance that we could do that. Yeah, there's a chance that we can push back up into here. In the meantime, that's what I would look for. To the downside, I'd be looking in here, and you can see how VWAP is lining up pretty good in here on this return here. And then if we start to break down more, then expect that expansion here at this low down here. I wouldn't expect too much, maybe that 82.67, like I said before, if we start to lose this. Because right now we are still holding the 50, which is good. So that's showing that we could pop our little head back up here on Undo. And I'll be looking for us to get back into here. We still haven't tapped this golden pocket again. Let me just slide these out. Day. And I really just want to see where the $200 is at this point. Thank you, love. So your 200 is here around 95.63. That's right before your VWAP. Here on the 4-hour time frame.
API today.
Besides that weekly, besides this weekly, yeah, this little weekly cloud cover in here. Besides this, undo chart looks fine. Take that VWAP away. Want to see it hold here. If we're not holding here, then we will come back down here to yeah, we'll just do what I simply stated before. This is your order block here as well. This is the order block. So look for price to tap back into this order block. It doesn't even have to come all the way down here, but see if it taps back into it, and then we get a bounce off of undo. If we start to lose that 20 there. Aptos, same situation in here. Let's focus on these 3 or 4 here for undo. I mean Aptos. You can look to hold these highs in here. could have sworn we already had this scoped out over here on Aptos. I may have two different charts for it. The reason why I'm not seeing it. Let me see if I can go on body. I can, so I'm gonna go with the body instead. This did not hold the first time, but it came back and tested it as resistance. I probably should have drawn the whole thing out right there anyway. I mean, Aptos is just still in this range, this consolidation range, as well as this. I don't know if I want to call it a wedge, but it's like a fallen channel. And this can continue, to be honest. This can absolutely continue. I think that this was the one takeaway that I had for Aptos the last time I looked at it too, was just the simple fact that that was the first time in a very long time that we started to see price action start to flirt with this QTD indicator, the cloud. So that's the one positive for me over here, where I do expect for Aptos to make this measured move up here to around this $8.91. That is the one thing that I do like about this chart. So I ended up buying some on spot because I do like that. So I still feel positive about it. Okay, so a slight rejection off of the low of it too. Still not managing to flip the high, which would essentially just means that we're above this trend line here. That's all that is. So that's the confluence in here with this indicator. And the pattern on the chart is that once we're able to flip this, then we're back above the cloud. And hopefully we'll see the same move the way we saw it coming down, how aggressive it was coming down when we lost it. Want it to be that just as aggressive going up. And these were your only rejection points because we're not actually coming up. So we're just accumulating at this point for that break to the upside. So I wouldn't expect to see another rejection like this. We can't get her done. Or like this one. Or like this one. And we're just putting in the bear deals, which is why we're not able to, why we're not making that transition just yet. So what we need to see is one more drop like this, just one more drop. And then that could be the indication that we're ready for price to actually break out of this fallen channel pattern here for Aptos. Otherwise, it looks good. I think the 200 SMA may have also, EMA may have also been a thing up here too. So the 200 EMA is riding down along with price action here. I'd rather this be a little bit closer to where this trend line is. I mean, it probably is. I have it on the line chart, right? So yeah, that's confirmation of your break too, of your momentum shift here for APT. Let me see. I will move this top one back to the line. The bottom one I can't, otherwise you won't be able to draw it. As clean. Here we can go with this one here now. Yeah, so maybe just one more drop. Do we have a squeeze? We do have a squeeze. Starting to relax a little bit. I don't like that. I'd rather see them turned in, you know, like a hook. But yeah, I'd rather see it turned in. APT looks good. Looks good. Just one more condition needs to be met, but I've already bought some myself, so it looks good. That's at 476. 476. Oh, it looks like I may have already had, yeah, I already had it in here. I was like, why do I not see it? I already had it in here. All right, this is the weekly time frame. I mean, yeah, I mean, like, when was the last time we saw a weekly squeeze? When was that? I mean, it was here. It was here. And I don't know what we had over here, but 1, 2, 3. That looks good. That, my friend, looks good. And get it before it does the chain link, because this is, you know, this is how chain link was looking. So if we're gonna do something, we're gonna do it right in here. Let's take a look at this down here. Looks like we tried something in here. We didn't actually push high enough. Getting blocked out in there. I'd like to see us squeeze a little bit more in here so you can see the difference just in here. See how we confirmed on this squeeze in here. And we did the same thing over here. We confirmed in here. I would like to see this do the same thing. That's why I'm thinking that there's maybe one more condition to be met. One more little drop. I'd like to see the same thing in here. That's about it. So I love that. I love that. See what else was different in here. Nothing really different. Might have actually tapped that when we got that rejection. All right. I can see I actually have this on here now, so I'm just gonna take that away. So, all right, we're getting closer to that time for that CPI data, so we're starting to get a little bit more volatility here in the market. Bitcoin over here, we're holding within this zone over here where we have this bit of liquidity. You can say an order block in here, but it's not a block. It's just we got a nice aggressive reaction in here, which is why it's highlighted. All right, and this was just a look back at some of the rejection points that we had in here. I had 2 additional rejection points in here. I've since deleted those 2 because once we came into this one, we didn't manage to push past it. So that was that one. And then when we got this candle in here, I was looking for price to push up and reject off of this one. We didn't quite make our way there on that one. We did here for this little pin bar over here. And then I could have extended this down to here, but I didn't want to. But basically you reject it around that high. I don't see anything in here that makes me want to put something on it. Maybe this candle right here. If we do start to push down further for Biddy, then maybe we can look back at this. About 1 minute, this closes. We can look back at this as we are breaking our trend line. We reclaimed it the last time, so it could be a thing where we reclaim this one too. And remember, I showed you that earlier. What's in here? Drive safe. I feel, cold again. Cold breakfast again. All right, so over here we did the same thing where we ended up breaking this trend line, so I had to move it for that very reason. But we ended up breaking the low and we bounced on the outside of it for a minute, and then we got to reclaim back inside of it. So we could be looking at something like that over here as well. Time will tell. For now, this is our support area, and this is a potential rejection zone, just depending on how far we do manage to pull back here for Bitcoin. I did not take a look at CoinGlass this morning. I've shared this too many of times, and let me just refresh it. I shared this many a times here. Because we have too many loans jumping into the market here, it creates a loan squeeze. So all of the liquidity ends up sitting down here at the lows because everybody's trying to get loan. And so what I shared with you the last time was when you see a small speck like this, how you had this one candle in here that was red, that's a short opportunity. If it goes red and then it flips back to green immediately, then that's a short opportunity. And the same would be true for long positions. If you have a few shorts coming in and then you flip back to green and it's not a lot of green building up, like you can take a long position. That's not the best example of it. Let's see. So they tried it in here. Maybe somebody tried it in here with the short. It did not. Well, it's a scalp position. So that didn't work. That's a better example in here. How people are trying to short the lows. So you're at support and you have people trying to short the lows. And you only get a little bit of green because the market is overly bearish with all of this red, and then they just do a short squeeze on price action. So that's basically what I'm saying here. Yeah, we just have too many long positions opening up, so there's no point to go up here because we've taken the sell side liquidity. Now we're creating buy side liquidity, and a lot of it. And then let's take a look over here on the liquidation heat map. Which will give us a different perspective. So you can see we have some really nice liquidity sitting up here around 121. In here, the largest batch of liquidity is sitting in here. And not too much more of anything down in here, but we do just continuously have those long positions that are opening up at the moment. So, all right. Let's see, we have this in here. About 31 mil sitting around 123, 120,300. Got a fair value gap in that zone. At this point, we have a fair value gap. And I'm so not trying to get chopped up. We probably got to squeeze over here. Let me put this one on. All right, I've let my food sit here for 2 hours cold. So I'm going to just take myself off camera just long enough for me to eat my food. And I'm still here and I will continue to talk. I am starting to like Bitcoin's 15-minute time frame. I'm just gonna heat my coffee back up. All right. Right, and I have hot coffee once again. Alrighty. Dun, dun, dun. Right, Ethereum. Mm. I mean, if you're ready to trade this morning, my thing would be just waiting for the CPI data to come out and then let the market give us a direction instead of getting chopped up in the volatility. That will start kicking in a lot more as we get closer to that 830 marker here. It's 802 at the moment. That was a nice little candle reaction here off of Ethereum. And then we got the push above it with the closure. So I would be looking for this to do more. We're kind of stalling out a little bit, hitting these lows in here. I mean, naturally, I would expect for it to come back into here. Expect for it to come back into here to these highs. That is the one positive thing about Ethereum over here as I look at it here from this 30-minute time frame is that we are putting in, we did an equal right here, but we are putting in the higher lows and we keep attacking this high up here. So we're definitely looking for the strength to break it. Let's see on this 30. I didn't mean to do that. Just stick with this price action. Reclaim the momentum break here from what we did. Try to get an accelerated move down. Price came back up and reclaimed. I mean, Ethereum is just bullish. End of story. Just bullish. To a sense. I think that there's a, I don't know, to a sense. Even though we've got this move up, I think it's taking a lot of convincing. We did put in a bear div right there. I like to look for confluence in here. So I like yeah. Let's change this. I like this to get a little bit tighter, but we had this inside bar in here, and that ended up doing the trick over here. Let's push down. This would have been a late confirmation. This is just the RSI. Here. Oh. So this here, I'm looking for a 50% break above if we're going to push up. Otherwise, we continue with the cloud cover rejection over here for Ethereum off of this 15-minute time frame. Like that one. Just happened to be a quick reclaim. I did it there. It would have been here. Continuing to hold that blue signal line there on the RSI. So we are sort of squeezing here on the RSI as we range around the 50%. So there could be some sort of an impulsive move to the upside, which is why I'm saying I'm watching the mean for both of these indicators here as we get closer to that 8:30 CPI data. Oh, so sorry. I've upset this computer. I think it's I need to, I was told I probably need to get new HDMI cables. Computers are new though, but that is what I was told. Could be, I just bought some bad ones. Let's see if there's anything I'm not seeing in here. All right, so Bitcoin, I'm gonna go flat. and try to trade this 15-minute time frame. I'd just rather be flat. Okay. So again, if you weren't here, we are breaking, or we did break. Currently, we're sitting below the trend line from the ascending broad information pattern. And you can take the pattern out of the equation altogether if you so choose to. And we're sitting below the trend line for the lows. Delete that. Scrap that. Hold on, yeah, scrap that one. Keep this one. And I only need to see this one. I need to see this one. I want you to start looking at those. Let me just zoom in on this part. Just gonna switch this to a 4. But I still need to be looking at that. Turn it off. So no surprise here that our little rejection box worked. I mean, we're at the trend line. Remember yesterday I was stating that all of the MACD was flipping bearish on multiple 1 hour time frames. So one had already did it, two flipped, three had not flipped just yet, and then four. So that was that situation here with the Bollinger. And I think we ended up, yeah, it was still holding the 26 EMA on the 4 hour. So we're still holding the 26 EMA on the 4 hour. That's nice. You see where that 60 is sitting in here. If we start to slip that 60, it's sitting in here with our next 4 hour zone here. But this could give a God candle here on this 4 hour time frame. This RSI starts to flip back up, because the first thing it's going to pop and run into is going to be this little yellow right here. So this would be an accelerated move to the upside. So when we get to that CPI data coming up in about 6.5 minutes, if this flips up, that's just going to be a quick candle like this one over here. That's what we can see. It didn't happen right here, as we did have this fast signal sitting underneath here. So this is holding as support at the moment for Biddy here on the 4 hour time frame. Bulls still have control. Bears are close, but bulls still have control. As you can see, we started to gray out after we got this in here with our little shooting star candle here on the 4 hour time frame as well. So that was the giver. So far, yeah. So far, that's good. We're holding the 60. It's starting to look like we're going to break to the upside. It really looks like we could break to the upside. And I know we have the gap. But it looks like we break to the upside. This is dropping over here. That's a pretty good signal. I like to see it drop below the 50, but this is dropping over here, hinting that upside. Some things that I'm seeing on another screen, I like that too. I like holding this. I don't want to be premature coming into data or anything like that. I want, the data to happen first and not get whipsawed. But there are a lot of positives in the chart right now for Biddy. See what we're looking like over here this morning. A little slight rejection on the VIX over here. Getting a push back down. Of course, Ethereum dominance just popped back up. Bitcoin dominance just dropped completely flat in there. From where we had the green candle, we just have like a gravestone here right now on the weekly time frame. All right. VIX is dropping right now. Like I said, that's what I was looking for, a little pop over here. And there it is, popping. We popping. I started to take that early. I started to just looking at it. I started to take it early. I was like, everything looks good. Yep. That's it, baby. That's it. Let's go, Biddy. Let's go. That 4 hours just waiting on that little pop back up above here, holding the ground. See what we do. A little bit, because we didn't have the squeeze over here, we're kind of tapping out a little bit over here as we come into the return and the expansion here. But nonetheless, we're taking some liquidity today. This we didn't get into earlier. I could have taken advantage of that and taken the low down here or something. This candle's a little bit too large. So maybe we come back in and back test here into these highs in here. We do that. And we're just holding these momentums in here as well. So we could possibly do that. But boy. Dang, I should have did that. Because all of that was reading good. All of it was reading good. We still haven't gone anywhere. We're still ranging. I'm super excited. If you can't tell, I'm like a kid in the candy store right now. I'm super excited at this point. But I just don't know how we expand here without. It doesn't look like it. Take a look back over here at Ethereum. With the round trip over here. Oh, we're looking at Ethereum. My bad. I was talking about Bitcoin. I wasn't even on the chart. That's just crazy because I was just saying how Bitcoin, just talking about Bitcoin, how it looks good and everything looked like it was going to be to the upside. So you caught my voice. You didn't catch the chart. I'm so sorry. I get like that sometimes. But I was just saying like everything over here looks good. Still holding the 26 EMA over here. That's all we've done is hold a 26 EMA, which is in here with that liquidity that I was looking at from the daily time frame or some sort of a support level in here. We didn't have an expansion in here set up for this 15-minute time frame, which is why I'm thinking that we don't actually expand in here just yet. We can come back down here, back test these highs in here. Maybe we consolidate in here just a little bit, and maybe we can start to build up some sort of a squeeze before we see a push out or anything like that. Potentially coming into market open. So that's an hour from now. Ethereum, you was already watching that. You may have already had jumped into the Ethereum chart since I did not, since I left it on this chart as I was running my mouth. You may have done that with the Ethereum trade over here. We are still hitting resistance in here, so do bear that in mind. Here with Ethereum, we are still hitting this resistance in here. This is that 4-hour range in here. No, daily. This is that daily range in here. And then of course earlier this morning I added this trend line in here, which was just coming from the monthly time frame. It was either the monthly or the 3-month time frame, but it was coming from a higher time frame here where we had a wick, where if we did manage to finally get through the resistance that we have over here, then maybe we just tap into this and see some sort of a rejection from there, since we have traded outside of this daily level in here. On the lower time frame, at least we're just wicking on if you start to move up on your time frames. All right, so that's Ethereum. Ethereum, again, this didn't have a squeeze on it either, which simply indicates for me a round trip. And what I said over here was looking for that 50%. So looking for the midpoint over here to be the thing that gets broken. And that is what we got over here for Ethereum. Because we were below our 50% here. We were below our 50% here. And so just simply was looking for that 50% claim for that push to the upside here. All right, and back over here on Biddy, because we all know Ethereum is doing really good, so I don't really want to focus on Ethereum too much. But this still looks good over here off of the 4-hour, holding that 26 EMA here. And all we need to do is get above these two ribbons in here, so you can see how the I think this is the 10 EMA. Let me just make sure. Oh, jeez. I just want to click on it, please. Okay, so it is the 5. I don't have my 10 on. Why don't I have my 10 on? Okay. So seeing some rejections from the 10 EMA here. But once we can clear that, Once we can clear that here on the 4-hour time frame, as long as we continue to hold this 26, we can clear that, then we could be good over here on Bitcoin. So that was pretty clear in here. Right. I don't want to start to see us slip this 50, but we could again start to put in, more of a squeeze over here on the 15-minute time frame. There are a lot of things over here on the 15-minute time frame that are shaping up that I do like. Still got a little work to do over here, but there are some nice things shaping up on the 15-minute time frame that can get me bullish. I'll take my vitamins. All right. So I like that. We did tap into this little resistance zone in here as we did take the liquidity from here. This would be the last battle liquidity in here, the top side of this red box in here. I think we're getting to a place where we may start to see some shorts piling in here. Not yet, but I am seeing the bar drop over here, and it's dropped relatively low, so it could be bears. We want that. And we're just slightly extended on that RSI, just ever so slightly extended on that RSI. So we could end up, like I said, maybe coming back down to back test those highs from this break. Let's break back in here. Change this color because I'm looking for it to hold. And I don't want to go with that green. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the green. I'm just gonna slide this one back. Ethereum dominance just went berserk. So I'm sure altcoins are doing relatively nice here in the moment with that data. And like I said, the VIX completely plummeted. So watching this VIX get the rejection here off of the 20 SMA here, back down into standard deviation 1 and 2 on the Bollinger Band. USDT dominance looks like it's heading back into our trend line here, our macro trend line, our years long trend line in here. So that's something to watch. And then you can see Bitcoin dominance look like it is going to probably try for a break below here again, and then we have levels in here to watch here on this weekly here for Bitcoin dominance as ETH completely rips its pants over here. And there it is. Okay, so I'm not seeing any sort of reaction from this little line in here that I just plotted on here today. Our just in case line there. We are expanding here, but we are getting quite overextended here on the RSI. So maybe we just start to the RSI starts to put in some sort of bear divs that don't play out just yet, and that's just because the RSI won't go any higher. And then at some point it will play, and we're looking for this 4,454. If we're going to get there, that would be the zone there up to 4,601. Otherwise, we roll back down this line here and back into our range for Ethereum. Bitcoin still hammering away over here. All right, we'll start to see how the indicators want to do here on the 15-minute time frame. Like I said, they could start to stair step down, and that's simply just because they can't go any higher. They'll start to stair step down, but it's not a negative thing. We'll see. 15-minute Bitcoin again. I still think 15-minute looks nice. 15 minutes still looks nice. And we're finally getting something that we weren't seeing before here on the 15-minute as well, which I've already deleted the indicator from over there. But we are starting to get something on this 15-minute that I was looking at earlier. So that could be a plus too, but 15-minute I absolutely adore. I would love to see a back test. I would love to see a back test here. All right, so the thing to look for over here is, because we did not actually have a squeeze in here, we want to respect the mean. And if we're starting to lose the mean, then maybe we do get that move down into, well, but aside from that, I like the 15-minute. And the mean is simply going to be this dash line here for this Bollinger percent, and then the 50% here for the RSI. And Ethereum, of course, doing much better than Bitcoin, because Ethereum actually did expand, even though it didn't. There was no indication of some sort of an expansion that would take place over here, but sometimes they don't correlate as strongly. We do have some sort of um, discrepancy in here, which is why we're getting that red candle right there. So we're just at a ton of resistance in here for Ethereum, just a ton of resistance in here. In fact, let's take a look here. Okay, so that did actually break the here on the monthly, because we weren't breaking it here on the monthly. We did actually push outside that standard deviation too. Here on the monthly time frame. We did the same thing over here with the 3-month as well. And let me make sure it's not just this particular indicator, and that it was actually this one as well. Yep. So we actually did break outside of it here. But I still think that it's resistance for Ethereum, either way it goes. I still think it's resistance. Or that was a plus. That was an absolute plus. Absolute plus for Ethereum, because you weren't even getting those colors on the monthly. All right, Bitcoin. It's still a little bit extended, but for the first time, it looks like the MACD might be pushing up to cross above that delta. We weren't doing that before, so we're pretty bearish. Just getting little small corrections in here. Let me see this. Some strong volume off of this candle. All right. We're a little extended. That's it. We're just a little extended on the RSI. So it won't hurt for it to come back in. And I don't think it's not even the fact that we're at 72 because we can do way more than that when we're this bullish. I just think that it's, let's see. Let me look at this. Yeah. So we're way extended. You're going to come back in into the Bollinger here on the RSI because it's, yeah, it won't stay outside of this for long. It will push back in, and that's all that is. So expect for this to get pushed back into the Bollinger. And you can tell that, once it crosses back down below this signal in here. I think it did the same thing back over here too. So like I said, it doesn't have to be much, but you will get some sort of a little small correction in here just because the RSI is outside of the Bollinger. And I was working on this and I needed to pull this down to the 50. This is what I was trying to do over here. Right. So negative 265. This looks like it's prepping for that extended push here on the 3-hour. For that 3-hour. 47 is the 47 is the next Next big level is 47. And then these are your minors in here. Now that we finally got a clean break out of here. All right, we're about 32 minutes out from market open. I think we'll get some actual price action movement once that happens. Let me look back over here at Bitcoin. We're close to grabbing the rest of the liquidity in here. So if I take this away, we're close to grabbing the rest of our liquidity in here. And that takes care of this level. And then I will be looking at this one next. I can take this off. All the ones that we've already hit. Let me just go ahead and clear those out. We hit this one. But what I can do is move this up here. Yeah. And just move this up to here. Then we can see this liquidity in here. Get taken as well. All right. All right, so we have completed the liquidity that was in here. And ooh, 15-minute looking good. 15 minutes is looking good. I do still think we get a little slight pullback in here. But it's looking good. I'm just kicking myself because I'm over here looking at the dominance and I'm talking. And I'm like, I should probably just enter right here because it's looking juicy. And I didn't. I did get in, but I didn't get in here, which is what I was looking at before we got the candle just popped out. But I wanted to wait for CPI. All right, previous week high here. After grabbing this little liquidity in here. I don't really think we moved far enough through this liquidity, but this is what we were looking at. I think I'm about done with gaps at this point, but this is what we were looking at in here on CoinGlass as well. It just kind of matched up. Let's see if we can get a golden pocket. Well, that just comes back to what I was saying before, getting the back test here on these highs. May not want to do that. Let me do 50 in here. And that's just coming back to the low of our 4-hour range. Let's see if we can get one of these. And then that just so happens to line up with the low of the level in here. So we'll see. I am long. Another long. Another one. Another one, because I know we're hitting that resistance still. Maybe that next 4-hour candle open. If we open up anywhere in here on that next 4-hour candle, which we're like, 3 hours out from, if we're not breaking this just yet, and then that next candle opens, then we've cleared this, and then we'd be looking to come up, and we could possibly do our 130. We could possibly do it, but if we're not doing that when market opens and we do start to slip, just keep in mind we do still have the gap down here still open, and we could still come back down and to do that as well. All right. All right, that's what we want to do. We want to, we want to see if we can hold. Really want to see if we can hold these highs in here from where we got to break back in. We're getting the same thing on Ethereum. Because remember, I just mentioned to you, just showed you that, and you don't need a fancy indicator for that to just see where you breaking out of your Bollinger on your RSI. When you break out of your Bollinger, you're looking for that move back inside that Bollinger Band because it's gonna happen. That's the one time the RSI don't play. Like you can be overextended above 70, 80 and all of that good stuff, but if you're outside that Bollinger, it's going to push it back in. All right, so we hit that 50, but I still don't think we're done. We'll see. But that did bring it back inside. Yeah, that did bring it back inside. We're looking for the RSI to come back down this fast signal. That's not a lot. I mean, when you look over here, I mean, with our resistance in here, that's why that next 4-hour candle might be the one that actually does it in and gives it that push out. But we have to wait and see. It's 3 hours out. And see, I didn't even look over here at the 1 hour to see the squeeze because I was like, we don't have a squeeze. I'm looking at the 15 minute. I'm like, we don't have a squeeze. But we did have a squeeze. We did. We had a squeeze right here. That's why it helps to zoom out. But I didn't have this indicator on over there anyway. I don't think I did. Mm-mm. I didn't. I didn't have it on over here anyway. Since I was using the Bollinger, it would have made it easier. Because I definitely would have went ahead instead of just talking about it, taking that position before data. All right, so we do still have our cloud cover here on the 1 hour time frame. Also here for Biddy, do still have our cloud cover. And the Bollinger was the one thing giving that bullish divergence too. It's giving the bull div right here. As we're putting in these little dojis. Dang it. Four. The 4 hours just simply giving confluence to us continuing to hold the midpoint here. So we're continuing to respect the 20. Either if you use 21, same thing. So we're continuing to respect the 2021 SMA. That's what that's showing here. And that's what we're doing. So if I was to slap that on, it would just show that that is what we're respecting. And that's what the center point here is, the 20 SMA. I turn those off and turn this on. You can see that that's what that is. It's a lot cleaner looking at it from here. But that's what that is. We're respecting the 20. Or if I do it, with this, that's what that's showing. It wouldn't read the same with this one. Into it. I mean, I could see us squeezing in here off of this 1 hour, but Mm. Alright, I had that for now. So far, the bounce away from the 50. I'm gonna take a look back at our alts and see how that. I'm only gonna look at the top ones, like your XRP and stuff, though. Let's see what XRP did. Since the 1 hour had the squeeze on it. We just came back into the return, and then that was it. Like this little wick in here. It's holding so far. I'm just gonna put this number on here so we can see it, just in case. Hold on, not that one, but this one here. Okay. Yeah. And then this is the one that we need to get back above here. And we haven't done yet. Everything else is fine until market opens. And we'll see what happens. Same thing over here with Solana. Just came back to the return so far. No expansion. Just came back into the top of the cloud. And then we got the little bit of rejection there. And this, let me just highlight this. I'll highlight this one. We want to be holding. It's already tapped it already. So just want to be holding that. They still got some work to do. Still got some work to do. You don't want it to do like it did over here. Well, we did get this push above. We got to push above this accelerated, the yellow one here. We got to push above this, but we didn't get a true shift in here from the RSI. So this blue one, it didn't cross above. It just rolled over. And the RSI dropped back down below it. So we still got a little bit of work to put in here. We just need to see that happen. Did the same thing over here a few times, coming up over the weekend with all of this. And then we got the nuke. And then we retrace all of that weekend price action in here. But if this is good, then we want to see it hold. If it's not, then we'd probably be doing that 164.78 potentially, not a guarantee. Look back at on the 4. No expansion here on the 4-hour time frame. So that's a perk. Everything looks so small when you move out. So either this drops or we break the 50, which in other words would be your 20. So we range, continue to consolidate. And look for this to hold. If not, we push in. And we can. There's no bull div here on the 4. But this looks much better. Looks a lot like Bitcoin. We looked at that earlier too, where your 200 SMA is at. So your 200, just making sure that we respect this lower the dynamic cloud in here. If we start to slip that, then like I said, we could come down here. Otherwise, we hold, and we're just looking for this yellow box to be respected on the lower time frame. Sui. This is the 4. I saw that resistance there. Just came back into the return, trying to expand in here. Did come back above the 200 EMA here on the one hour time frame. So that's the perk. That is a perk. Got a lot of space in here though. A lot of space. Can't believe I went through here and I didn't even pay attention to, I probably didn't even look at the 1 hour. I did the 4 and the daily. Had to squeeze in here on the RSI as well. Likely overextended. All right, that's nice though. Back above the 200. That's nice for Sui. Really nice for Sui. And this can do this. So if you start to see a lot of little petty candles, then you'll know that that's what it's doing. How it does this little chop, 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 chop. It can do that. That actually got me a little bullish on Sui. I'm not gonna buy any, but that's not bad. All right, those are the ones. Let me look at ADA. I add ADA in here. Just came back to the return, no expansion, unlike Sui, but it did reclaim the 200 EMA in here. So you just want to see that continue to hold. So on any sort of I was gonna say this, but it's already tapped it already. Just looking at this one in here. For Cardano. Otherwise, it does start to break out and push up. But market open. We didn't even hit the golden pocket. So I don't know. Maybe something changes because we do still have to do that. I mean, if we do the EMA gap, if we do, everybody's looking for it now, so we may not get it. But if we do, all right, nice little hold here at the little yellow line here, along with that little bottom and tail, that little doji candle here for Ethereum. It did get a pull back in to the Bollinger. And then from here, you just start to get a cloud cover as we push up. So some sort of rejection could come in still as we push up into our next area of interest. 44.54 or 46.01. Okay, so that might have been all of our correction here for Biddy. Well, simply so far, we are still wrestling with the 10 EMA in here, along with this. I mean, we took the liquidity in here, so I don't think that this is really much of anything at this point, but we are still wrestling with the 10 EMA off the 4-hour time frame. And that was our bull div. All right, I'm still holding my little late entry. Is there a liquidation on spot? No, there's no liquidation on spot. It's the best way to go. If you can do spot, it's the best way to go because there is no liquidation. You would just be down, but you won't be at a loss. You just be down. You're at a loss when you sell, but no liquidation on spot. I didn't start leverage trading until maybe 3.5 years ago. I refused to leverage trade because it is to be honest with you, it's the worst thing that you can do because you're guaranteed to be losing some money. Is to leverage trade over just using spot and just having good choices. All right, market's preparing to open. Let me take a look here. Let's see. AMD this morning continuing with that drop down here. I closed out my AMD position yesterday, unfortunately, where I said I should have been taking my profit yesterday. I didn't take it there, but I still closed out pretty good. Let's see. NVIDIA this morning continuing to take a little bit of a sell off here, but it's quick and early this morning. Circle had got a nice gap up on the freaking daily. Let's go. I bought this one just recently, so I should be pretty good on this one, but the market is dropping. Equities is seeing a little bit of a drop right now. All right. I will be looking for Circle is trying to go. We'll be looking for a long position here off of equities. AMD is just selling. This might be the one. NVIDIA selling. Put this one 15-minute quick move. Nice gap up for Palantir. All right, Bitcoin. Circle started out good, but it's getting slapped down real hard right now. I know they're getting ready to report. Or did they report? Hmm. All right. Nice move for Biddy. Coming to our next area here. If we get the push out of our 4 hour range here. I'm surprised we're actually breaking above before that next candle open, but okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Ethereum's kind of pausing out in here still, but not Biddy. Not in the moment. Okay. That 15 minute, like I said, that 15 minute was looking tight. It's looking good. MACD and the Delta are both like airplanes taking off right now. And that MACD is getting really close to crossing above that delta too. Want to see that? Want it to be above that delta. It's close to doing that here on the 15-minute time frame. But yeah, I was surprised that we actually broke it like that though. But kudos, kudos. Nice for Biddy. Nice for Biddy. I'm gonna switch this color to green now that we're above it, because that's what we'd be looking for it to do. Since it did decide it wanted to do that. The need for it to show me that it's for real. All right, I'm gonna drop this because we only did the 50. circle's getting absolutely decimated over here off of this daily time frame. Like that pump, that gap up, and all of that good stuff, it is completely getting decimated right now. Oh boy. Should be able to hold in here now. I changed this to green. Should be able to hold in here. A bit premature for me though. I'm still holding a long position, but it's a bit premature. 15-minute is back above the 200 EMA, which is, a nice thing to see. One hour on the standard Bollinger Band is still squeezing. On the 1 hour standard Bollinger Band. So on the standard, you can see we're still squeezing. I just think, I don't know. I was so leaning towards the 12-hour candle open for the 4-hour to be the one that could send the prices up. Just based on the EMAs as we were looking at them. But that's nasty. That goes with everything I was saying earlier. Like we do still have the cloud cover in here. We're still working on some development here on the 1 hour time frame. We don't actually have a squeeze in here just yet, so we can just round trip over here. And if we come down, I do want this to hold in here. I do want this to hold. But we also do have the 26 EMA acting as support over on the 4 hour time frame. So yeah, until we start to lose that, and then the gap goes back on the table, filling in the rest of that gap. So far we've just been tagging the top side of the gap and holding that as support. So all right. All right. So that was no bueno. Yeah, that push outside was no bueno. We need to hold here. Go back to red. We need to hold. because Circle is nuking, Nvidia nuking, Palantir, and Palantir don't usually do that. Palantir is taking a little bit of hit too this morning, and that's one of the best stocks out there. All right, so we back at our little trend line here, in our support zone in here. This is still fine over here, as long as we just continue to hold in here, which just goes back to the 4-hour 26 EMA. Working as support in here. But 15 minutes still looks good to me. Delta flipped down, unfortunately, and MACD did not get that cross above the Delta. All right, we're still holding that. That's what I want to see so far. So far. So far. All right. All right. Standard deviation 1 bounce also. Support. Trend line. Held that mean. Held that mean. Flip back up that mean. Flip back up that 50 on both. That was good. We still got our resistance. Yeah. Yeah, equities are just fumbling the ball this morning. Really fumbling. AMD is trying to stall out where it is. Nvidia is still nuking a little bit over here. It's starting to get extended. I'm going to look at taking Nvidia position here. I sure am. Give that a minute. God, if I'd have caught that circle this morning, boy. See how circle is doing over here. Well, we had this low that we were holding in here, or trying to hold in here. We got that breakdown there. I bought in. Once we started to get the drop in here, I bought in, and because we did come back into the zone here between that 164 and that 145. That was one of the areas where I mentioned repeatedly weeks in a row, several weeks, that I would take an entry, get my toes wet if we came back into here, and then I really start to dive in if we come back into the 118, 105. And you can see how we were doing earlier this morning. We had the gap up, and then we got that rejection from here. And so we've just been nuking pretty good over here so far. Just nuking pretty good here. And this is NVIDIA. Getting very overextended in here on NVIDIA. I'm going to enter a little small position over here on NVIDIA. I want this candle to close, but I am going to enter a little bit of a position over here on NVIDIA, because I like that. See if I can get it. See if I can get her done in here. It's pumping again. It's pumping up already. I was trying to catch it. I tried to catch it. I tried to catch it because I could see that overextended here for NVIDIA. Anytime it gets into that purple E like that, you're gonna get some sort of see, purple over here, boom, purple over here, might get a little bounce right there. Purple over here, boom. It does really good with the E's, baby. Does real good with the E's. Tried to catch it. All right. So I did get in a little bit. I got in a little bit over here on NVIDIA. I'm already up about 3% now. I tried to catch it earlier though when it was, with the shaved bottom. I just couldn't get in here fast enough. This thing is slow. This thing will open up slow. I like that. So maybe to give me something else here again for NVIDIA. Put NVIDIA long over here. Yes, baby. Yes. Love that. All right. We are about to be out. I am going to update on my X account. So please be sure that you follow me. Let me come back over here to this chart with you. So thank you. Thank you for joining me today. I am down the Crypto TA. I do this thing Monday, Tuesday. I skip Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday, and then no Sunday. But I do give it until 5 a.m. From 5 a.m. to 10 to 10 a.m. those days, once on the weekend. But I update on my X account, which is at Down the Crypto TA, and do also follow the Coin King at DACOINKING, the Coin King. And I will update anything over there. I will be looking for some positions and equities, especially this NVIDIA. I did just enter in on that. I'm already up a bit here. Like I said, when we start getting into those E's, we do start to see a little bit of a pump. But as far as BIDI is concerned, it looks pretty good to me from the 15-minute perspective. I really like the 15-minute time frame on Bitcoin. We do have to keep in mind the CME gap. We do have to keep that in mind. But right now, when you look at the 4 hour time frame, as I showed you here on the 4 hour, let me just push out on the 4. You do still have that nice squeeze happening right now on the 1 hour time frame. But then here on the, let me just do it like this. Here on the 4 hour, you are holding the 21 SMA there. So that's good. And you're also holding, let me see where I got my stuff at. You're also holding the 26 EMA down here at the lows where I have this box drawn out right here. And all you got to do is go on your 4 hour and just fill in this wick down here. Just fill in this wick down here. You should continue to hold in here. You start to lose this and you can say, hey, we're coming on down here the next 4 hour range and potentially filling in that gap. So that's what you need to be looking for over here for BIDI. 4 hour is still trying to hold over here, so that looks pretty decent over here on the 4 as well. So 15, 1, 4, all look pretty decent in my opinion. Continue to look for that to hold and to bounce away. If you can get it back down here, that'd be great. I'm thinking the next 4 hour candle open. That is really where my heart is leaning at. The next 4 hour candle open should be the one that pushes price up above here. And if we're not doing that with that next 4 hour candle open, then it makes me feel, that may make me feel a little bit more bearish, to the sense that we will be coming down here to fill in the gap. And I know already, I can hear it. We're filling in that gap first. And that can be true. That can be true. So that would be your invalidation. You start to lose here, then you can start to look back at the gap being filled. Otherwise, we're not filling that gap in just yet. We try again, and then maybe we come back down. All right. And until Thursday, I hope everyone has happy trading, and I will again update on see NVIDIA got that pushback down with the purple E. I'm good. I'm going to add into that position right there because I kept it minor just in case, because I know that we're still trending downwards with that Bollinger, but just in case, I'm going to go ahead and add to this position, and you guys